Warrior Lore. Chapter 1595. Senior Jing Lan. Fairy Myrtle cried out in grief. Qian Yi and Feng Jioga also showed sadness, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jinglan's death was out of their expectations, because they did not expect Steel Life Immortal Gu to be hidden in Langya Blessed Land. Wasn't it said that before thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he felt that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would bring disaster to the world if it fell into the hands of people with ill intentions, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Clearly, this was wrong information, but the Celestial Court believed it to be true. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to understand the inside story, she could only capture the land spirit of Langya and interrogate him. After all, back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu, what kind of internal transaction they had, and how they leaked the information to deceive the Celestial Court. Only they themselves knew. Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Do you really think my Langya sect is so easy to bully? This time, all of you will die. Careful. Feng Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya cried out in shock, because he saw that although Jing Lan had died, her heart was starting to shine with dazzling lightning. Soon, Jing Lan's aged body was completely melted by the lightning heart's scorching electric currents. These electric currents filled the entire black armor. Next, the unmanned armor actually raised its head and puffed out its chest. A terrifying aura burst out, giving off a majestic aura that could support heaven and earth. This? Isn't she dead? Oh no, this is very bad. The variant human Gu immortals turned pale with fright. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression as he spoke of his conjecture. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is indeed dead, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Although she died of old age, the armor is still intact. It is equivalent to leaving behind a special soul. Most importantly, her heart seems to be her final trump card. It's extremely powerful, so we have to be careful. In the blink of an eye, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor shot toward the silver giant like a shooting star. Boundless azure electricity seeped out of the gaps in the pitch-black armor and gathered into a tail of flames that was dozens of feet long. Faster, faster, faster. The armor was extremely fast. After Feng Yuan's warning, the hairy men were on guard, but they did not have time to use killer moves to dodge, because the armor was charging too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most proficient in movement. Her strength was at the peak of rank 8, but her speed had always been at the peak of rank 8. But now that the thunder armor burst forth, this speed had already surpassed the peak of the 8th rank and reached the stage of quasi-9th rank. The silver giant had nowhere to hide and was struck by the thunder armor. Retreat. Fairy Myrtle's eyelids twitched. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the next moment. Billions of bolts of lightning interweaved and danced wildly. Because the lightning in the center was too dense, it formed a pool of lightning plasma. At once, the world turned white. The light was blinding. Countless hairy men and mortals who were looking at the sky cried out in pain. They covered their eyes or rolled around on the ground. Just one look, and they were blinded. The light quickly dissipated, and an incomparable wave of qi began to sweep in all directions. Even Fairy Myrtle and the rest were pushed away. They could not control themselves. They were like small boats in the middle of a storm. A huge hole appeared in the center of Cloud Cover Continent. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter. Warrior Lore. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough, cough, cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land Spirit of Langya was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Feng Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the sovereign immortal aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted spectral soul demon Venerable, even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path down marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path down marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path down marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path great grandmaster attainment level. In Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the Silver Giant blocked it first. After the Silver Giant collapsed, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, reverse flow river had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse flow river had been supporting reverse flow protection seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still all right, but the others were in terrible states. The Silver Giant collapsed, the killer move's backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final lightning explosion killer move. More than half of the variant human goo immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect Land Spirit of Langia with all your strength. We have Steel Life Goo. We can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards Land Spirit of Langia and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right. We still have Steel Life Immortal Goo. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, Land Spirit of Langia knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Goo for the second time. Quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle and Chani rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest defensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly. There was no light or shadow, but the variant human goo immortals around Land Spirit of Langia twitched. They subconsciously clutched their chests. Their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan called out. Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the lightning explosion. He was already heavily injured. Now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer. He died. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, the sovereign immortal aperture's reverse flow river fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No. Save me. Land Spirit of Langia roared. He grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Fang Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Because reverse flow protection seal could only protect him alone, it could not spread to Land Spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution. That is to move the whole of Langia Blessed Land into my immortal aperture. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Fang Yuan urged with great sincerity. But Land Spirit of Langia rejected him. He stared at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes. No, this won't work. I can still fight. Bam. At the next moment, he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken. His body exploded into countless fragments. He died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed. She almost fainted on the spot. Nothing as greater sorrow had huge repercussions. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart. After this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langia. Damn it. Fang Yuan frowned as he cursed. But I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where land spirit of Langya died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired land spirit of Langya. Langya blessed land had two obsessions. There were also two land spirits. The black-haired land spirit was killed. The white-haired land spirit appeared again. What? A second land spirit of Langya has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was not unaware of this secret, but she was confident in nothing is greater sorrow. She felt that the two land spirits were one and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her. Langya blessed land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing is greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the land spirit of Langya that was protected by Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered. Her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Chan Yi. On the Karma Divine tree that Chen Yi was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect. If there is an effect, I will destroy the cause. Chun Yi shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Guh! The fruit was instantly crushed. The purple fruit juice was like poison. It splattered on Chan Yi's face and body. Zzzt zzzt zzzt. Intense pain assaulted him. Chun Yi screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice. His flesh started to rot. In a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Chun Yi paid such a huge price. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death to forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree. He naturally had a motive. Land spirit of Langya's expression changed, he said solemnly. Steel life immortal goo was actually destroyed by them. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, urging again. The only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya blessed land into my. Before he finished speaking, the white-hair land spirit of Langya interrupted him. No need. My Langya blessed land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the blessed land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my blessed land will fuse with Longevity Heaven. We will be its subordinates and have equal status. Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the blessed land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Maoli Chio was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals. They all had rank 8 auras and were approaching with great momentum. Langya blessed land is already the territory of my Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court. Your claws are longer than my Maoli Chio. I will chop them off today. Ah. Fang Yuan is here too. Kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. We also need to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. At once, reinforcements arrived. The situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, it is time to retreat. Chapter 1596. First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated as he stared at Land Spirit of Langya and questioned. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Fang Yuan. I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing black hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time? Land Spirit of Langya turned hostile. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, black hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me. Land Spirit of Langya immediately replied. As expected, Fang Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired land spirit's choice was already very clear. Fang Yuan had already guessed it, but now, he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Langya's words. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Saying so, Maoli Chio pounced and slapped Fang Yuan with its huge claws. Boom! A huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Mao Li Chiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing. This reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's goo immortals, come and fight. A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another goo immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 goo immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Feng Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path goo immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to longevity heaven. She had to be eliminated first. Ox Demon, Flower Lady, you two are here too. Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. Ha ha ha, if you, Ziwei, can wake up and move around, why would the 2 of us care about our lives? The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Mao Li Chiu send Feng Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded, "Be careful, Feng Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape." Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Feng Yuan's life. Mao Li Chiu frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal goo house, but they were not space path. Fixed immortal travel was a space path immortal goo. Space path goo immortals were the best at countering it. Mao Li Chiu's thoughts moved. It charged towards Feng Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Langya. Old man, quickly attack. Use all your strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Kill him and you will have a huge merit. Land Spirit of Langya showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said, "Shut up, Mao Li Chiu. Since Feng Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, we are on equal footing." Land Spirit of Langya had thought of killing Feng Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Feng Yuan even after so long. Not to mention Land Spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan knew Langya blessed land's background. He had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend him. "You!" Mao Li Chiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, "You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Langya blessed land, I can guarantee your safety and safety." The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. Their existences were exposed. They were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Langya knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Feng Yuan used 3 moves in a row. With Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, his efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another. Before Mao Li Chiu could reach Feng Yuan, it was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Feng Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Langya. "Be careful. He is there." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Feng Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, Five Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He became one of them. You actually found me. It is a pity. It is too late. Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land Spirit of Langya was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. Of course I am going to kill you. Immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land Spirit of Langya was completely engulfed by the black smoke. Don't. The variant human Gu Immortals shouted. Stop, we are married. Snowman Gu Immortal Being Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land Spirit of Langya knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. Save the Land Spirit. We cannot let him die. Mao Lichio's hairs stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. Five Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal Gu house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. Humph! He escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Langya's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Langya teleported away. If not for Five Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Langya might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground, in a situation where Fang Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future. Fang Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating fixed immortal travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path down marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed. Before anyone could disturb him, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. We still could not kill this scoundrel. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Lichio growled in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Fang Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam, bam, bam. Continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, be gentler. Don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Sealing Mountain's immortal formation to refine Gu. It quickly became Fang Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Fang Yuan used this Gu and successfully left Langya battlefield. There were rank 8 Gu immortals fighting in Langya Blessed Land. While outside the Blessed Land, there were Prince's Impatience patrolling. Fang Yuan was a thorn in both sides. He did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? Ah, it is Elder Fang Yuan. Several rank 6 Gu immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Fang Yuan, what is the situation in Langya battlefield? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, but did not reply. He only spread his arms. Chapter 1597. What's going on? Immortal battlefield. This joke is not funny. Lord Fang Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard. The Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world. These Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans. Struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain, they faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become Gu immortals were not trash. If not for Feng Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals would have attacked already. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. His gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human Gu immortals as he sighed. Everyone, don't be anxious. I am your ally. How can I harm my comrades? It is just that Langya blessed land lost. I was the only one who escaped. The reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Langya blessed land was taken over by the celestial court? There was a traitor among us? Feng Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering. The variant human Gu immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 snowman Gu immortal frowned. Lord Feng Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook. His eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock, "My immortal Gu!" It was naturally Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand. He had successfully stolen it. The other variant human Gu immortals were baffled. Someone asked in concern, "Lord Bingzhua, what's wrong?" Indeed, this snowman Gu immortal who was guarding the base was Bingzhua. He had a good relationship with Feng Yuan. He had once treated Feng Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingzhua stared at Feng Yuan. He was about to berate him, but Feng Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty, "You are the traitor." The variant human Gu immortals shook again. "I'm definitely not a spy. Feng Yuan, you stole my immortal Gu and slandered me. What is your motive?" Bingzhua's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then, he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Feng Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, "I'm right. You did not hear wrongly. Look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate. This Bingzhua is actually a celestial court Gu immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua is already dead." The other variant human Gu immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui, who was Feng Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke. "Feng Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingzhua has always been with us." "I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Feng Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal Gu." Bingzhua had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum, but at the next moment, Shui-er's body shook as she showed a look of fear. My immortal Gu." Bingzhua's body was overflowing with energy. Great Thief Ghost Hand was not easy to approach, but it was not a problem to steal Shui-er. "Feng Yuan." Shui-er looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Bingzhua stood up and attacked Feng Yuan, shouting furiously, "I knew all of you humans were not good people." Feng Yuan smiled coldly. "Clown." Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe. Dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bingzhua and the other variant human Gu immortals. At this moment, Feng Yuan exposed his evil intentions. The variant human Gu immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. They were dazed for a moment before attacking Feng Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human Gu immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human Gu immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Zhoga and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human Gu immortals. If not for Feng Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 Gu immortal, Bingzhua, was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal Gu of the variant human Gu immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Feng Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human Gu immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal Gu and resources. Feng Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Ming Tuesday. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fang Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen. Their battle strength fell sharply. They were in an even worse state. Fang Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman goo immortal shouted angrily. His voice was extremely sorrowful. Bingjua sneered. You still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally. He is an enemy. Sigh. You talk too much. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, a Yama Sun self-detonated. The mortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Bingjua was a close combat fighter. The Yama Sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bingjua. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shui'er almost fainted. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal goo were almost all stolen. The rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Fang Yuan had limited time. He did not want to waste any more time. He started to kill. Variant human goo immortals died one after another. Only Shui'er was left. You demon. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Shui'er's expression was twisted. She said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human goo immortals. They were all imprisoned by Fang Yuan. Soul Search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Fang Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribe's inside information. Fang Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human goo immortals were the final batch of goo immortals defending this place. Fang Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many goo masters, but most of them were mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice, they were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the Olden Antiquity era and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was Beauty Transformation Silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human goo immortals who died in battle, Fang Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel. Activating this immortal goo, Fang Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen. It no longer existed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border goo immortals shouted angrily. Fang Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul Explosion. Soul Explosion. Soul Explosion. Soul Explosion. After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border goo immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves. Each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he broke this immortal goo formation, using brute force to dismantle it. 2 immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Feng Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then, he disguised as Wu Hai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Feng Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Feng Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Feng Yuan fought with E-Clan's Gu Immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu Immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Feng Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu Immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Feng Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7. Rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Feng Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Feng Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Feng Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. He could deduce any immortal Gu recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal Gu, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal Gu recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal Gu recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Feng Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Feng Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other Gu Immortals did not have Feng Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path Gu materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's Gu Immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path Gu materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Feng Yuan needed Space Path attainment level. Because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves, it would reduce the time needed to teleport. Feng Yuan needed Ice and Snow Path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human Gu Immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the Snowman Gu Immortals needed to reach a certain level of Ice Path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, Refinement Path is the highest. It is at quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Second is theft path, followed by great Grandmaster attainment level. The third is strength path, wisdom path, star path, transformation path, blood path, dark path, formation path, and water path. They are all at Grandmaster attainment level. The fourth is luck path, enslavement path, earth path, master attainment level. Next are sword path, soul path, space path, time path, dream path, poison path, fire path, metal path, and others. They are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally are information path, ice and snow path, chi path, light path, sound path, phantom path, rule path, and others. They are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Feng Yuan needed to raise time path the most. His time path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Feng Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The celestial court is too powerful, it is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now, they have a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Chinny and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Long Hair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Feng Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear. Even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and even deduced Luo Pi Seal in the future, he would only be a rank 8 Gu Immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hongyun, Western Deserts Tang Clan, and others. Even when Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land, and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. He was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. The Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation. It was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu Immortal experts. Feng Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Feng Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually, he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huang Shi, but during the entire process, he did not make a single move. Now, if Feng Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Heifan's True Inheritance, and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has a lot of Time Path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's Flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce Year Gu and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many time path offensive killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level, and I do not have many time path immortal Gu. Thus, what Feng Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster attainment level, and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the river of time and resist the celestial court's ambush. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Fang Yuan was multitasking. He finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm. Like a drop of ink falling into water, it spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds and soon, over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually, the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Fang Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into two human figures. One of them was healthy, while the other was crippled. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance and placed the two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1599. The two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies entered the sovereign immortal aperture, entering mini-green heaven and settling down temporarily. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the mini-9 heavens, mini-green heaven was the place that Fang Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Fang Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members Ing Wu Xia, Lady White Rabbit, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ning Bing were cultivating in mini-yellow heaven. The Battle of Langya was too high level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human Gu immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, they could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokita-hara. Puff! With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal Gu, this Gu formation activated. The Gu formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal Gu worms used to construct the Gu formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, but most of them were ice and snow path Gu worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal Gu. They were stolen from the snowman Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the Gu formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials, Ice Path Crystal Essence. Each Ice Path Crystal Essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, earlier, Fang Yuan had planned to use the Ice Path Crystal Essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His Ice Path Crystal Essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui Air. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 Ice Path Crystal Essences. With these 3 Ice Dao Crystal Essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the Snow Crystal Formation. After Fang Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Fang Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Gu immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the demon Venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's time path clone could be easily exposed. But Fang Yuan did not need the time path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Fang Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the time path clone to make good use of the light of wisdom. And to deduce all kinds of information in the light of wisdom, attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Fang Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The snow crystal formation was naturally created by the time path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, this formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a formation path grandmaster and not a great grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend by analogy. Great grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a great grandmaster, I would not need ice path immortal goo to construct the snow crystal formation. Just these 3 ice path crystal essences and mortal goo would suffice. This way, Fang Yuan could save these 2 core ice path immortal goo and use them for other purposes. Of course, Fang Yuan was an exception. He did not lack immortal goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, goo immortals had limited immortal goo. If they used immortal goo to set up a goo formation, the immortal goo would be trapped in the formation and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help goo immortals save on immortal goo. After setting up the snow crystal formation, Fang Yuan's time path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had immortal goo and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the time path clone crossed hundreds of li and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Fang Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm, because these snowmen had a high proportion of goo masters. This was not normal. In jewel yellow skies, this group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman goo immortal, so these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly turned into Bingjua and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. It is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down. Kneel down and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bingjua. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Fang Yuan's time path clone. Fang Yuan's time path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles. There is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist. The snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bingjua was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bingjua had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Fang Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier, when we came here, we seem to have received great immortal Bingjua's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bingjua has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead where we can settle down." After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time, they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters, there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. It was simple but effective. And now, the time path clone spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated. They will have to interact from time to time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods. It is not a problem. But the three ice path crystal essences are like water without a source. They will be consumed in the end. The time path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow Tao marks of the crystal essences. These Tao marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating. They would not add ice and snow Tao marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem. It would take a long time for the three ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the time path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to mini southern border to settle down the rockmen. In the mini 5 regions, mini southern border had the densest earth path Tao marks. It was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Feng Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth. The time path clone used the same method as before. While the time path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in southern border. This was a huge earth trench. It was dark and deep. Even in broad daylight, there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path, and this earth trench was Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the southern border righteous path pursuers. Oh! Feng Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here. It is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of southern border's righteous path. Lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time, a southern border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky. He was hidden in the immortal formation. His body could not be seen. Oh? Feng Yuan's lips curled up. Killing intent surged in his eyes. I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Chapter 1600. Bam Bam Bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement. Moves of all paths were unleashed by Feng Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Feng Yuan's attacks. Ha ha ha, all bark and no bite. Your methods are too flashy, they cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Feng Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The southern border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chichio's expression changed. He said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Chi Clan. Chichio was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned. He said to Chichio, "Then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us?" Chichio shook his head. Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me. I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this. I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated southern border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The southern border Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Chi Clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders. It operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Feng Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Chichio could not do anything. He looked at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xiafan. Xiafan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background, unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then, he shouted at Fang Yuan again. Ha ha ha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me? Yang Sanmu, Chi Chiu, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Fang Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought. Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Fang Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned. The other party only has one rank 7. We have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story. Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Fang Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The southern border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, southern borders earth veins are moving, immortal materials and immortal Gu are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed. But if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone, defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant. Some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang Sanmu. Some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang Sanmu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang Sanmu's intention. Soul explosion. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought with Fang Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic. This immortal battlefield killer move is so fast, it must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Fang Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move. Great thief ghost hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, "My immortal Gu!" Fang Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal Gu. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal goo that Feng Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal goo was stolen. The killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Zhuge's core immortal goo, but can I steal yours? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Zhuge? Who are you? Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal goo, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan succeeded again. Guh. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. Chapter 1601. He actually died? Feng Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang Sanmu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal goo of his killer move twice in a row. Feng Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier, he could not suppress Feng Zhuge. Feng Zhuge was a Dao Guardian. His luck was about the same as Feng Yuan's. But Yang Sanmu was much more ordinary. He died under Great Thief Ghost Hands. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Luck Path and Theft Path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his Luck Path True Inheritance was not complete, and his Theft Path True Inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables. Inheriting the true inheritances of two venerables at the same time, this was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became nervous. Chichio urged Xia Fan, "Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet?" Xia Fan closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu Immortals were discussing. They were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast. I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone. He has a special technique. Now, it is up to Lord Xia Fan. Xia Fan heard the conversation. He rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing. These wisdom path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xia Fan could feel the difficulty. He prayed. "O Yang Sanmu, I hope you can last a little longer." As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only wisdom path Gu Immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many Southern Border Gu Immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it because she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu Immortal world. But Xia Fan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xia Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. The Southern Border Gu Immortals were still discussing. Xia Fan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. "Can you guys be quiet for a while?" The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Chichio coughed. "That's right, we need to be quiet. We don't want to disturb Master Xia Fan. We need to believe in Master Xia Fan's ability. He will not disappoint us." Xia Fan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xia Fan immediately looked at Chichio sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xia Fan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all. He thought about it and smiled. "Everyone, don't be anxious. You might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident. He must have found out some inside information that we do not know." Actually, Xia Fan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye. They hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xia Fan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xia Fan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of Southern Border were pulsating, immortal materials, and even immortal goo were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire. The others also wanted to do this. Thus, soon, the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xiaofan's words. Lord Xiaofan is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in southern border. Who does not know about them? That's right. The thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang Clan obtained 3 mountains of Star Path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai. That Nian Wanghuai was extremely crafty. He had been hiding without any traces. Even Tai Clan failed to capture him several times. But in the end, he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Fong's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Fong was naturally Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Hai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals for a fool. Thus, when the southern border Gu Immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. Humph! This demonic path scoundrel Fong Yuan actually joined the righteous path. He will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. This is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was captured by the celestial court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself. Sigh. It is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Chichio did not speak. He glanced at Xiaofan vaguely. Xiaofan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Chichio sighed internally, as expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xiaofan, but Xiaofan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xiaofan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu Immortals here were all shrewd people. They quickly reacted to Xiaofan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus, the immortals praised Yang Sanmu, and Xiaofanja used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Chichio's difficulties. However, Xiaofan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it. Asking for help is a must, but before that, I need to make some contributions. I cannot appear so useless. Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared, Fong Yuan reappeared, but that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The southern border immortals gasped. The 2 rank 7s, Xiaofan and Chichio's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura. There was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the southern border immortals. That was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu Immortal's battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps it was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Fong Yuan looked at the formation in front of him. his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang San Mu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang San Mu's soul and soul searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep. It would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed. It was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success, even if this killer move came from thieving heaven demon Venerable. But in Gu cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed. The times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify Gu immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects, especially through the clan's Soul Lantern Gu and other secret connections. Even if Feng Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic Path Scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang San Mu? Quickly release Lord Yang San Mu? Maybe Lord Yang San Mu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted. Many were still holding on to hope. Feng Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Qi Chuyu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time. I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully. I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Feng Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals still could not recognize Feng Yuan's identity, there was only one reason. He or she was pretending to be a fool. This person is Feng Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously. He is not putting our Southern Border Righteous Path in his eyes. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. Chapter 1602. In the past, Feng Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself, but now, facing the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, he did not need to do so. Feng Yuan's appearance shocked the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals greatly. In the past, Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when Southern Border's Righteous Path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Feng Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Feng Yuan appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho Clan and Shang Clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor stopping him, Tai Clan's Tai Mian Shun would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Feng Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Feng Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Joga, becoming the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special. He could be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a Grand Gu immortal, Feng Yuan had no bottom line. He even attacked mortals. By now, Feng Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, Southern Border's Righteous Path immortals were shocked. They felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang San Mu sacrificed himself. Our Southern Border Righteous Path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Feng. One day, we will make him pay for it. Xia Fan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent. No one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Feng Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear. They also felt pity for the dead young Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Feng Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked. That traitor Feng is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xiafan and Lord Qiqiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The southern border immortals' faces also turned pale under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Feng Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, they felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Feng Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, it was much easier to kill Myriad Dragons. When Feng Yuan used it, the steps were simple and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 Myriad Dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Feng Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Feng Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the Gu formation. We should be able to hold on for some time. A southern border Gu immortal said with uncertainty as he looked at Qiqiu. Qiqiu's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But the other party was not an ordinary person. He was Feng Yuan. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. He was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans. Tell them that Feng Yuan is here. Quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Qiqiu sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Qiqiu, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly asked for help. Earlier, Feng Yuan did not reveal his identity. He was just a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could the southern border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, these Gu immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar. The dragons roared. Feng Yuan attacked furiously while the immortal formation defended with all its might. Its power continued to rise. Hold on. Even if we die, we need to hold on. The western formation is broken. Quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence. Who can take over? The southern border immortals defended with all their might. Under Feng Yuan's powerful attacks, these people gave up on fighting against each other. They were truly united. Qiqiu desperately repaired the Gu formation. Xiafan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Just to deduce the weakness of Feng Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move, he was using all his strength. They were rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were already like this, not to mention the other rank 6 Gu immortals who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Feng Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm and relaxed. After obtaining Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, Myriad Dragon Killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest offensive method. It had become a normal killer move. Right now, Feng Yuan's strongest offensive method was the immemorial Yama's Soul Explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the 2 immemorial Yama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jiuge, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Langya, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion, it was about the same as Myriad Dragon Killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Yama battlefield. It would be slightly higher. Thus, Feng Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Feng Yuan floated in the sky. looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now, he was suppressing the southern border Gu immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending. He had the upper hand. However, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on, and if Fang Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Fang Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense, it did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border Gu immortals were hiding in the formation. Fang Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden. There were layers of white light on the surface. It obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Qi Chuyu. At this time, inside the immortal formation, the southern border immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Qi Clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 formation path Gu immortal Qi Chuyu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this immortal formation has such a secret passage, even rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Chicho praised internally. Qi Chuyu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for dream realms in the future. That way, Qi Clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Fang Yuan suddenly attacked, Qi Chuyu thought about it and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the immortal formation and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Fang Yuan into the trap. Qi Chuyu smiled. Fang Yuan had a huge treasure and was a demonic path overlord. The Celestial Court had a huge headache. They could not do anything to him. If Qi Chuyu used formation path to capture or kill Fang Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the righteous path. He might even be able to raise Qi Clan's ranking in Southern Border's righteous path by several ranks. Even though Fang Yuan had great battle achievements, Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his formation path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Fang Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu immortal who did not cultivate formation path, they would not have such an advantage like Qi Chuyu. With Qi Chuyu as the mastermind, the southern border immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Fang Yuan patiently. Qi Chuyu had formation path immortal Gu. He had powerful methods. Soon, he set up half of the immortal formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Qi Chuyu immediately frowned. But Qi Chuyu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully. He should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all. So why did Fang Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart Riverbank? Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li. There were mountains everywhere. Only the area below him was flat and flat. It was shrouded in smoke. He could not see clearly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked. The smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon, the smoke could not match Fang Yuan's attacks. It dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow, deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not chase this person. He looked at the entire Contact Heart riverbank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. Chapter 1603. Collect. Fang Yuan floated in the air, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Large numbers of wild contact heart goo were drawn by a formless and gentle force, gathering in the air. Like a beautiful cloud, they entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. This process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Feng Yuan estimated, there are over 3,000 contact heart goo at rank 5, 50,000 at rank 4, and 1,000,000 contact heart goo below rank 3. Contact heart goo were like rainflower stones. They had different colors and shapes at different ranks. They were wisdom path goo worms. After being used, they could absorb the target's mind and cause the target to be dazed, losing their ability to think and observe. If used with other goo worms, they could be used to form killer moves. Contact heart goo had high practical value in battle. It was mostly used with enslavement path to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Of course, wisdom path goo masters also used this goo worm, but wisdom path had always been rare and mysterious. It was hard for goo masters to raise goo. They usually only had single-digit mortal goo. But at the level of goo immortals, they had tens of thousands of mortal goo. Only immortal goo were hard to obtain. Feng Yuan's situation was an exception among exceptions. Contact Heart Riverbank is a mid-sized resource point. After this fierce attack and breaking the goo formation, the goo immortals guarding this place escaped for their lives. Thus, they did not attack these contact heart goo. I obtained such a huge amount of wealth. If the defending goo immortal had collected a portion of the contact heart goo or destroyed them before retreating, Feng Yuan's loot would have been greatly reduced. That goo immortal must have used all his strength to control the immortal formation to resist Feng Yuan. He could no longer split his attention to collect contact heart goo. When retreating, he did not have the methods or the decisiveness and ruthlessness to destroy this place. After collecting the contact heart goo, Feng Yuan's gaze stopped at this riverbank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo, pulling water. He secretly activated this immortal goo. The river water was like a piece of silk, picked up by a formless giant hand, and sent into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. This contact heart riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with wisdom path Dao marks. Of course, there were earth path, water path, wood path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the total amount was far from the wisdom path Dao marks. The river water that Feng Yuan collected also had dense wisdom path Dao marks. It is a pity that most of the wisdom path Dao marks are still on this land. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal goo, it targeted a mountain range, not a piece of land. Let's take these rocks too. The large and small rocks on Contact Heart Riverbank also contained wisdom path Dao marks. They were excellent goo materials. Feng Yuan also packed them up and took them with him. In any case, he had taken whatever he could. A moment later, he activated the 7 revolutions fixed immortal travel and left, leaving behind a ravaged crater. Feng Yuan was now wanted, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would give other enemies the chance to surround him and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was obstructed by the formation, he wisely retreated. It was not because he found out about Chi Chuyu's plot. Feng Yuan calmed his mind. Using fixed immortal travel, he traveled over 100,000 li, arriving above a mountain range. This mountain range stretched from east to west. It was grand and majestic. It was undulating. There were no trees on the mountain. It was filled with bamboo. This bamboo was very thick. Each one had the size of a towering ancient tree. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular. The roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus, this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi Clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Feng Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no! Oh no! That demon Feng Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart Riverbank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, Sai. The two Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Feng Yuan and panicked. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Feng Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The two Qi clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These two Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tip bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The two Qi clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The two Qi clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Feng Yuan's attacks. Qi clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal Gu, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common. They all had dense Tao marks. As Feng Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Feng Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tip bamboos started to sway. As bamboo leaves shot out, a strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves. Like a huge army charging at Feng Yuan, the sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart Riverbank, it also has a counterattack method. Feng Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, quick, stop this counterattack method. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. We need 15 minutes more. We need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking. It only defended. Feng Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no! He destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming. The two Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortals were shocked. Feng Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain with a loud sound. Yama's Child Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Feng Yuan made full use of this flaw. The two Qi clan Gu immortals' plans did not work. Feng Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi clan Gu immortals were affected. There is no time. We need to retreat. What about this immortal Gu? Just a little bit more, and it will truly take shape. Let's go. We will die if we don't leave now. The other Gu immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal Gu? Chapter 1604. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move soul explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo mountain range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo mountain range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Fang Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time. It became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal goo houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind or the formation spirits could not replace the goo immortals. An immortal goo seems to have been destroyed? Fang Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon, he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal goo. It was destroyed by Qi clan's goo immortals when they retreated. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo mountain range. In Cloud Bamboo mountain range, there were a large number of cloud path life forms. For example, cloud foxes. Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other life forms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These life forms gathered and flowed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Fang Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of life forms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. 2 desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. "Get back here." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these 2 desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo mountain range was vast, and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal goo were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Fang Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 3 types of desolate plants, a total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white hair ginseng, and spear tip bamboo. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The goo immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 goo immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary goo materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been collected by Fang Yuan in the first wave. At this point, it was somewhat troublesome. Fang Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Fang Yuan sighed. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Fang Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Feng Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Feng Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6. It cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the past, Feng Yuan could pull Deng Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley because these two secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by spectral soul demon Venerable's orderly well killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range did not have such treatment. Of course, Feng Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, but the result was not under Feng Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. What? Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chu Yu's brows were furrowed. His expression was grim. He was Qi Clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart Riverbank was only a mid-sized resource point. It lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earthpath grade expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range suffered a calamity today. Qi Clan was a super force. They had many large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite special. Because it was at the start of Qi Clan, when they were still weak, Qi Clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Qi Clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became a stable source of income for Qi Clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Qi Clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Qi Clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always two Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Qi Clan. It contained a kind of Qi Clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Feng Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chu Yu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Qi Clan's Gu Immortals asked. Qi Chu Yu snorted coldly. This Feng Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the dream realms here. I will guard this place. He will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Qi Clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Feng Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals saw Feng Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Feng Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal Formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, at the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling. Cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingjua's guidance. Sob, sob, sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Quick look! Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingjua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingjua. This is the home that great immortal gave us. Third sacred mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on third sacred mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards third sacred mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bing Zhua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Feng Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowman's settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then, they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokitahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had created a new riverbank here. He copied the name, Contact Heart Riverbank. In the riverbank, there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing. Some Contact Heart goo were living here. Most of the Contact Heart goo that Feng Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart goo as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The time path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart Riverbank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large, empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The time path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Chapter 1605. Southern Border. Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and plundered it wantonly, but he knew the importance of the resources here to Qi Clan, so he made preparations to deal with Qi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Goo House of Qi Clan. The Qi Clan immortals inside the Immortal Goo House were shocked, but immediately, the Immortal Goo House shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo House, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished. The ripples vanished as Feng Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a top 10 Immortal Goo House, Great Space Temple. Qi Clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 Goo Immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal Goo Houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of Immortal Goo Houses. They created a ranking of Immortal Goo Houses. And Qi Clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my Great Thief Ghost Hand was trapped in Shifting Space. I lost contact with it. However, using Shifting Space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Feng Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time, it was really timely. If Feng Yuan really succeeds and steals the Immortal Goo in the Immortal Goo House, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi Clan's Goo Immortals felt lingering fear, but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Feng's theft path methods. But be careful. Fang Emo has a defensive killer move formed by reverse flow river. Rumble. Under the control of Qi Clan's immortals, rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel yellow skies. The next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the celestial court in jewel yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Fang Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Feng Jioge was also included. Not just that, the celestial court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Fang Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, killer moves, and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Fang Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about Gu immortals was very important. Many times, once immortal Gu or killer moves were exposed, the Gu immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe space. In the future, they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Fang Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Fang Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the immortal Gu. Fang Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan had used Jewel Yellow Skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now, the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Fang Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's immortal Gu and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Langya Blessed Land is probably over already. Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Langya Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people. They would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Langya Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Chan Yi, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Jioge lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Langya. It has the home advantage. Another thing that Fang Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loose Tail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Fang Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Fang Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Gu immortal. Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation, they might escape. Fang Yuan had to make good use of this weakness. He might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieved great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks. They needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Fang Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into Jewel Yellow Skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Starcast, sending several rank 8 Gu immortals deep into Langya Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method? Like Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions, as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts. Their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the chance to activate fixed immortal travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture fixed immortal travel. Unless it was an extremely high-level one or targeted fixed immortal travel, it would be troublesome for Fang Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, jade light flickered as Fang Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's third resource point, Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts. Only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Fang Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fang Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point. Even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Fang Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7. He immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Fang Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, the Immortal Formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Fang Yuan stabilized his body. His gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qi Chuyu was furious. He could not sit still anymore. He left and went to reinforce the clan. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Fang Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Fang Yuan had already dismantled most of Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Fang Yuan had collected 3 of them. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel! Don't leave if you have the guts. Qi Chuyu glared and shouted. Chapter 1606. You are in such a hurry to see me. It seems you are courting death. Qi Chuyu sneered. Its first Supreme Elder. We are saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands? Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted. Qi Chuyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Fang Yuan pointed as a mortal killer move Yama battlefield formed, including Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioga? Fang Yuan laughed. Senior Qi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand and other information in Jewel Yellow Skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Qi Chuyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster. He could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Fang Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Qi Chuyu, the other southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals would have a chance to surround him. He would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Qi Chuyu's biggest headache was that after Fang Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Qi Clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Qi, take a look at this. Fang Yuan tossed over an information path mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu inspected it and saw that it was an information path mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze shined. This information path mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Qi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to deduce all this. Qi Chuyu instantly understood Feng Yuan's meaning. According to the information path Mortal Gu, Feng Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Qi Chuyu over. Qi Chuyu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Qisheng approves of you. Formation addict Qisheng was a rising star of Qi clan. Qi Chuyu thought highly of him and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he interacted with Qisheng and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Qisheng also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Feng Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at Qi Chuyu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Qi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Oh, is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved. He sized up Feng Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone, You really want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan retorted, Why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms all have defensive formations. They are all created by Qi Clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Qi Clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Feng Yuan threw out an information path Mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu received it and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path Mortal Gu, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Qi Chuyu. He could not help but delve into it and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Feng Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our Southern Border Righteous Path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion. There is more to it than meets the eye. There are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved. The temptation that Feng Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path. They were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that Dream Path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Qi Chuyu understood the importance of this information path Mortal Gu in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it. Even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Qi Chuyu caressed the Mortal Gu in his hands as he stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in Southern Border. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qisheng before. I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan. I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking in ability to become the first Supreme Elder. Thus he needs the help of Qisheng, a future formation path great grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited. If you die in the future, there will be chaos. Will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? You. Qi Chuyu's expression turned grim. Killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Feng Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qi Chuyu had to admit that Feng Yuan was right. Southern Border's earth veins were in turmoil. Similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qi Chuyu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Qi Chuyu had used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu were no longer effective on him. He had been preparing for a rainy day. Long ago, he had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so, his Qi clan needed Feng Yuan's dream path research results even more. With this, Qi clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger super force. Ha ha! Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly, as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Feng Yuan, shaking his head. Feng Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today. No wonder the Celestial Court and Wu clan were helpless against you. I, Qi Chuyu, will accept this transaction. Feng Yuan nodded. Qi Chuyu's response was within his expectations. It was not surprising. Qi Chuyu was the leader of a righteous path force. While Feng Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill, they actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi clan, they had so many resource points, they had to promote the benefits of righteous path. Saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness, they had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path Gu immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources. What could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal, and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Qi Chuyu agreeing to Feng Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed, they were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Feng Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield. He pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Qi Chuyu won, he let Feng Yuan escape. His expression was not good. In the following days, he made arrangements to defend himself. He was very careful and guarded against Feng Yuan's revenge. Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Feng Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation, truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's Gu immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Feng Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Feng Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhengzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. Humph. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. There would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered. I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's righteous path, demonic path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang Clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. The thief Feng Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Cheng Wui Hai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu Clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba Clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's plans and allowing Wu Clan to defend their throne. But the Ba Clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Feng Yuan is a scoundrel. Everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday, he plundered Qi Clan's resources. Tomorrow, he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Feng Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba Clan or anyone else to make our Wu Clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Duxiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu Clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Feng Yuan gave to Wu Clan did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily, he said. The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Feng Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. Wu Clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Feng Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Feng Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu quickly said, I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Feng Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations. Wu Yong smiled. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, no need to be humble. Feng Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Feng Yuan's attack. But Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him. Everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chuyu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi Clan was robbed by Feng Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chuyu for help. Qi Chuyu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder said excitedly, Actually, Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Feng Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder's immortal formation can block Feng Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai Clan, we can move it in time and block Feng Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Feng Yuan will not be a problem. At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriad Li Silk Corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first Supreme Elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of southern border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first Supreme Elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. I have another idea. After a long while, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Chi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi Clan, which was attacked by Feng Yuan all over the place. From start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Chi Chuyu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Feng Yuan was something that they had agreed on. These are for you. Feng Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in an information path mortal Gu. Where are my things? I brought them. Chi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Chi Chuyu frowned slightly, while Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Feng Yuan transmitted, how will you contact me? You will know when the time comes. The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this Gu worm are still lacking. This shows that Feng Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these and the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of Southern Border. Chi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Feng Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Feng Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Etion Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results, then use Southern Border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Chi Chuyu and Feng Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now, he wanted to plot against Feng Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Feng Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi Clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Feng Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi Clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Etion Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Feng Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction. On the other hand, he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path. With the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Feng Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Feng Yuan chose Qi Clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Feng Yuan had always kept in mind. He could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart. He could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation. He held authority in Wu clan. He brought clear jade-dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Feng Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong. He cheated Wu clan of many resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Feng Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain. He would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Feng Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trenches formation and seizing Dream Realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned. He paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Feng Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Feng Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Feng Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Feng Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand, he was somewhat wary of Feng Yuan. This demon Feng Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border righteous path. Wu clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Duxiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu clan, even if Wu Duxiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other. They would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Feng Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Feng Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Feng Yuan? Perhaps Feng Yuan has noticed this as well, so this time, he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Feng Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Feng Yuan was still so cunning. He only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Feng Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up Southern Border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Feng Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It violated a taboo. The 5 regions, other than Eastern Sea, were very xenophobic. Southern Border was especially so. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in Southern Border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong, even if he was Wu clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Fong Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu clan's first supreme elder, even if there was no effect. Just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Fong Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought, as expected, Fong Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Fong Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan escaped. Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Chan Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jiuge were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Fong Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Fong Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fong Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fong Yuan now. In order to chase after Fong Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort. Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fong Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage, be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Fong Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Fong Yuan. This time, Southern Border's Righteous Path is working together to deal with Fong Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Fong Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's Righteous Path was conspiring against Fong Yuan. Because of Wu Yong's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Fong Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time path dream realm. In this dream realm, Fong Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bailian, this is the advance payment for the treatment. Please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Fong Yuan and said threateningly. Fong Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Fong Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected, Humph, just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Ming tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry. Since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability. We know you have methods to cure Lord Meng Bai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Fong Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fong Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient, Meng Bai. This person had a sallow complexion. He was as thin as a match. He was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Fong Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained. My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf. To think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned and scrupulous merchant and bought waterward goo. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this goo, he would be able to write beautiful essays like moving clouds and flowing water. Lord is usually brave. The other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart, thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy waterward goo, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this waterward goo? Fong Yuan asked. The servant shook his head, then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that waterward goo. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was, from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Fong Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Waterward goo was not a problem, but if used too much, there would be problems, and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using goo had its risks. Falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Fong Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms. He had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Ming Bai's dream realm, Fong Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path goo worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Ming Bai's injuries. Ming Bai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path goo. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Fong Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Lang Ya's true inheritance, and Hei Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fong Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fong Yuan inspected carefully. He found that many of the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to the dream realm. They did not exist in reality, or rather, they were not. Fong Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path grade expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fong Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now, he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fong Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the goo worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had a plan in mind. He used these goo worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Ming Bai. This way, this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite skilled. Fong Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langya, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fong Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fong Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the 2 ends was unknown. Fong Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Feng Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Feng Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Feng Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Feng Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Langya, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation. It would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Feng Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Feng Yuan's Deng Hun Mountain was still being repaired urgently. It could not be used yet. Without Deng Hun Mountain's continuous production of Guts Goo, Feng Yuan's stock of Guts Goo would not last for long. And to repair Deng Hun Mountain, I have been using Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Deng Hun Mountain, Landscape as before Goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my Immortal Essence intensely. Feng Yuan's Immortal Essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langya. Celestial Court's attack on Feng Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain. It expended a lot of Feng Yuan's foundation. The lack of Immortal Essence was also the reason why Feng Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chuyu and not fight head-on. Actually, Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly. The Immortal Essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 Goo Immortals in the world. But Feng Yuan's expenditure was even faster. He could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits. Batches of Immortal Yuan stones were coming in. Feng Yuan used these Immortal Yuan stones to replenish his Immortal Essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his Immortal Essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and Guts Goo, I can barely maintain it. When Deng Hun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Feng Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Feng Yuan's location. Feng Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a Goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Feng Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Feng Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon, he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn. He said in a low voice, "From now on, I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss. It will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Yes. Feng Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex. It was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Feng Yuan created. The steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short. It required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Feng Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time. How can that be possible? Even Feng Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Feng Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If Goo Immortals of other paths used time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting downmarks within them. They complemented each other. Chapter 1610. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 Gu immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly. His aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Guh! Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes. Bright light flickered in them. This was the third time he had failed while practicing shrink time. This killer move that was used to assist time cutting edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. Instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this shrink time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist time cutting edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan took out Guts Gu and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now, he was very careful with his Guts Gu. There were not many Guts Gu left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations. There was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Gu. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus, Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus, would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon, of Im, of Imif of the Mountain, of Gu of Saint, of Chin, Lotus, of Chun of Gu of Sea. That was, when Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the soul path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Gu. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded, completely activating shrink time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped time path killer move shrink time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream and reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that shrink time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Fang Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy. The thoughts in his mind were expended greatly. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Fang Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm and his soul returned to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a large number of lifespan goo. Losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other goo immortals might not think so. Just like this, Fang Yuan was injured 4 more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just one time was enough. It was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated. Fang Yuan successfully entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge. Not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Xian is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move, time cutting edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo clan? Humph, die. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than time cutting edge, I can only use time path immortal goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These time path immortal goo were all rank 6. How could they face the rank 7 goo immortal Li Xian alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use time cutting edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different. It was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move time cutting edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. What kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flames swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily. And this Li Xian's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 1611. The dream realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained time cutting edge to a high level, but you have only cultivated the rank 6 time cutting edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move time cutting edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the fourth stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of wisdom goo, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete. Next is time cutting edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This time cutting edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move time cutting edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands, and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The Southern Border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's wisdom path, great expert Fairy Myrtle, could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path's foundation was very deep. They could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xia Cha knew this, but that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xia Cha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed, as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up. He is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him. Otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xia Cha said gloomily, "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I, Xia Cha, will personally compensate you." The Southern Border immortals looked at each other. No one moved. Xia Cha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. "I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has?" Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe. He had a goatee and yellow skin. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals. Thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact, his true identity was a central continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yang's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's righteous path as an insider. Xia Cha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability, It is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. That's right, that's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xia Cha was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu Clan and Feng Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Feng Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xia Cha thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortals' ears. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia Cha stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the southern border immortals would not have sensed him. Who are you? The southern border immortals were on high alert. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are. Tai Clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right, I am Lu Wei-yin. The newcomer smiled lightly. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. You actually learned the rank 7-time cutting edge. Feng Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. I did not fail you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good. Our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me. First, the old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6-time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7-time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now. If you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6. It is very difficult for you to use rank 7-time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8-time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. Chapter 1612. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed. Its entrance was wide open. Like a whale swallowing water, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh, swoosh. Heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Feng Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist. It was moist. Absorb, absorb. Absorb to your heart's content this time. Feng Yuan smiled. He understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River, Luopa Valley. These 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world, but the burden on the blessed land was too great. The heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Feng Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Dang Hun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Dang Hun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Feng Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Feng Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources. It was like a huge foundation. It could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Feng Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Feng Yuan's location would be exposed. Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Feng Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Feng Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Dang Hun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money. Thus, he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater. It could absorb tens or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Feng Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Feng Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Feng Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity. Be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Feng Yuan, especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret. This move used heavenly secret immortal goo as the core, with other goo worms as support. It allowed Feng Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Feng Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Feng Yuan's deductions. Earth chi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Feng Yuan's feet. Heaven and earth chi continued to rumble and rumble. Green lightning continued to flicker. Howl, howl, howl. A series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown earth chi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall. Their bodies were thick and muscular. Their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes. Purple bat wings spread out on their backs. They flew up and attacked Feng Yuan. Yellow spring ghost martial statues. Feng Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm. The enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Springs demon martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring ghost martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army. All of them had solemn expressions. They also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green lightning divine martial statue. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring ghost martial statue had already reached Feng Yuan. It waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not move. A faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous immortal killer move created by Feng Yuan, reverse flow protection seal. Be it the Yellow Spring ghost martial statue or the Green Lightning divine martial statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Immortal killer move myriad dragon burst out. Silver scales were like the sea. Myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring ghost martial statues and Green Lightning divine martial statues, they were produced along with the heaven and earth chi. How could they compare to Feng Yuan's myriad dragon? At the start, they resisted for a while. But soon, they were engulfed by the myriad dragon army. Their numbers were greatly reduced, until the lump of heaven and earth chi was destroyed by the myriad dragon army. Providence was unwilling. It wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious myriad dragon army at the next moment. A moment later, the calamity passed. The immortal aperture's entrance closed. The sovereign immortal aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Feng Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring ghost martial statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier. I purposely used the immortal killer move endless trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer Move Endless Trouble was part of Hei Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut. It would incur the wrath of heaven. The calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives. To suppress Feng Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Feng Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Feng Yuan's advantage. Thus, Feng Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together. Increasing his Dao marks, Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue is already at Heavenly Tribulation level. This time, I gained a lot of Dao marks. Feng Yuan inspected. His Soul Path and Transformation Path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Feng Yuan. Of course, what Feng Yuan needed the most now was Time Path. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge. Feng Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Feng Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer Move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Feng Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his Time Path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing immortal killer moves. Earlier, Feng Yuan had successfully explored the Dream Realm. His Time Path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing Time Path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Feng Yuan himself had countless Time Path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by Hei Fan's True Inheritance. All of Langya Sect's Time Path Immortal Gu recipes, in theory, could be deduced by Feng Yuan, who was at Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Feng Yuan, Hei Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference. Because most of the Time Path Immortal Gu he had were from Hei Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like Water Immortal Gu, rank 7 year Gu, and After Gu. The remaining Time Path Immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was destroyed, as well as Feng Yuan's unexpected harvest of Daegu. The main task of the Time Path clone was to use Hei Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other Immortal Killer moves and Time Path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce and modify Time Path methods that were suitable for Feng Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the Time Path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Feng Yuan already had an entire set of Time Path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The Time Path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away. Wisdom Gu flew away leisurely. The Time Path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Time Cutting Edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was terrifying. The Time Path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head in disappointment. The Time Path methods that I deduced are only rank 7. They are normal methods. And to enter the river of time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 Time Path methods. In Hei Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used Years Flow like Water Immortal Gu as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For Hei Fan, he had obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Years Flow like Water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks. Rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only one Years Flow like Water. It could only be used for defense. It could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for Righteous Path Gu Immortals. As for this Time Cutting Edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 Time Cutting Edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, Its power is far inferior to the original. There is even a heavy backlash. Feng Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal goo recipe that he designed earlier, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Feng Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was the same. It seems that this complete Time Cutting Edge is likely a rank 9 killer move, like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created. It was also rank 9 and could not be modified. What Feng Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 Time Cutting Edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, this Time Cutting Edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path goo worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had Time Cutting Edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding Time Cutting Edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's true inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a portion of it and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude, and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the river of time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Wei-yin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth qi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Wei-yin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8 Time Path Great Expert, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, Sacha. Feng Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth qi moreover. He underwent another tribulation, Lu Wei-yin said with certainty. Xia Cha's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei-yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient. The Gu immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Wei-yin here, we will be able to capture Feng Yuan soon. Feng Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth qi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? Humph. He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etion Mountain. We need to guard against him. Kill. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. Chapter 16:13. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state. Compared to the surrounding stalls, it was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern Border Gu Immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong continued, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chu Zhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border. His vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chu Zhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge goose feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragonfish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material. It was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragonfish to feed rank 7 edge goo again and again would cost a lot in the long run, it was not worth it. Goo immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a goo immortal traveling with him. Shang Hu Zhong. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. Shang Clan's goo immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai Clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chu Zhong and Shang Hu Zhong, these two rank 7 goo immortals, were sent by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces to capture Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Wei Yin's participation, the group chasing after Fang Yuan had been following behind Fang Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Fang Yuan. This time, the immortals rushed to the southeastern part of Southern Border. Under Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, rank 8-time Path Goo Immortal Xia Cha ordered the Goo Immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Hu Zhong and Tai Chu Zhong were one of them. Tai Chu Zhong smiled. Shang Clan friend, don't be nervous. I just want to ask about the white steel liquid. Shang Hu Zhong got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling. So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Goo. This was not difficult. Shang Clan could indeed do it. But the price. The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low, but Tai Chu Zhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Shang Hu Zhong's smile widened and he praised. Fellow immortal of the district, your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge, in the long run, it is much more practical. Yes, just like this time. I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge. Tai Chu Zhong sighed. Shang Hu Zhang's gaze suddenly shone. Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana. Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits. Tai Chu Zhong chuckled. So Shang clan also sells arowana? We, Shang clan, are interested in any business. Friend Tai Chu Zhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come. I will introduce this stall to you. It is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy. Shang Hu Zhong was very enthusiastic. Tai Chu Zhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana. There was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin by he and Yuchan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point, Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier, she had exposed information about Fang Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Goo immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in Jewel Yellow Skies. It was extremely popular. It was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally, Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Goo immortals. The impact was unavoidable, but the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's. They could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Goo immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana. He had many stalls and created the illusion that many Goo immortals were replicating silver arowana, selling them wantonly and earning immortal Yuan stone after immortal Yuan stone. Even so, the immortal Yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence. and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal aperture's production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dalmarks went through a qualitative change. They could produce Guts Goo now. But the production of Guts Goo was very low. It was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Dang Hun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Goo immortals interfering. Just the celestial court alone will definitely attack me. But currently, silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage would become weaker, especially when the celestial court captured Spectral Soul. If they soul-searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Fang Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to. Guts Goo had already been exposed, even if it was unique. Because of the Green Ghost Desert project, Fang Yuan lacked a large number of souls. Guts Goo's production would not be high. Even though Fang Yuan had already made preparations, like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding, especially when Fang Yuan wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Goo. The killer move Time Cutting Edge needed a specific Time Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had great offensive power. It could be developed further. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, southern border Goo immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 Time Path Goo immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Wei Yin's move is truly extraordinary. We managed to find this demon. Shang Huzhong laughed loudly. Kill this demon. We will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chu Zhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The Celestial Court's spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression. Fixed space immortal Goo and his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This Goo countered fixed immortal travel. It could not be used within a certain range. Lu Weiyin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat. Nobody could see his current expression. Fang Yuan, however, laughed. You guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end. My plan was not in vain. The southern border immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xia Cha squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Scoundrel. You are about to die. You still want to trick me? That's right. He is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xia Cha personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in southern border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? Chapter 16:14. The surrounding space was sealed. Heaven and earth merged into one, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap, someone shouted. Many people began to panic. Lu Weiyin was silent. Xia Cha's gaze became colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's smile vanished. His expression turned indifferent. He was like a high and mighty god looking down at these southern border Goo immortals. Back then, when Huan, one of Eastern Sea's 3 wisdom path geniuses, deduced him, Fang Yuan used the chance to reverse the deductions and found out Hua An's identity. And now, when these southern border Goo immortals deduced and chased after him, they exposed themselves to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. How could he be easily schemed against by them? He used himself as bait to lure these Goo immortals into an ambush. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fang Yuan do? That's right. We have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Weiyin. We are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course it is. Traitor Fang's Yama battlefield has already been deciphered by Central Continent's Celestial Court. The video is being displayed in jewel yellow skies. How could he use this method? The southern border immortals were elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield. It is a super formation, a time path formation. Xia Cha added. You two are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled, admitting frankly. Fang Yuan's strongest immortal battlefield killer moves were Purple Dawn Break Life and Yama Battlefield. The former killed Qin by He and Yuchan, while the latter trapped Feng Jiuge, forcing him into a desperate situation. But these two were rank 7, they could not restrain rank 8 Gu Immortal Xia Cha, and Lu Weiyin also had rank 8 cultivation level. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the immortal formation. There was a difference between an immortal formation and an immortal battlefield. The Gu worms used to activate an immortal battlefield were usually on the Gu immortals. An immortal battlefield was mainly a sealed environment, and the Gu worms of the immortal formation were left outside. Most immortal formations protected the inside and outside, but Fang Yuan's time path formation restricted the inner space of the formation, forming a formation to kill. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions suddenly rang out, and it was continuous. Since it is an immortal formation, let's find the formation cores and destroy them one by one to break this formation. Some Gu immortals were impatient. They started to bombard the surroundings to probe this formation. At the next moment, they found something amiss. The dazzling killer moves were extinguished one by one. The effects were not good. Tai Chu Zhong's expression changed, and he loudly warned, "Everyone, be careful. This formation has already been activated." As expected of a time path method, it accelerates our killer moves, causing them to reach their time limit and self-destruct. Lu Hao said eerily. The southern border Gu immortals attacks and attacked, the killer moves. And Gu Chai clan's Gu immortals puffed up their cheeks as they breathed out orange flames. The flames continued to burn. Even though there was nothing, they continued to spread. Xiao clan's Gu immortals put their palms together. Large amounts of frost quickly condensed and spread in all directions. These methods were continuous attacks. They did not have a time limit. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched these southern border Gu immortals attack. He did not move. At the next moment, the time path formation buzzed, be it fire, frost, or other attacks. They all became extremely slow. The southern border Gu immortals' hearts sank. This immortal formation is so flexible. Someone must be controlling it. Who else can it be? It must be the remnant forces of Shadow Sect. The immortals conversed. Just like they expected, by Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ing Wu Xie were each in charge of a formation core, controlling this time path formation to attack the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Langya, they did not have the qualifications to fight. Fang Yuan hid them away. Now they were using all their strength to deal with these southern border pursuers. The southern border immortals fought with Ing Wu Xie and the rest, while Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and Xia Cha did not move. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously made space for the three of them. Fang Yuan's attention was also focused on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He was very clear that these two were not moving. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not make a move, they had already started to investigate Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin frowned slightly. He cultivated Earth Path, even though he could comprehend other things. This time path formation was too profound. It was not something an outsider like him could easily understand. Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster. She could naturally investigate more than Lu Weiyin. However, Fang Yuan's time path formation did not just contain time path. It also contained formation path. In terms of formation path, Xia Cha's attainment level was extremely ordinary. If Fang Yuan used a time path killer move, Xia Cha might be able to easily detect it, but the time path formation was separated by a layer. Xia Cha still had many obstacles to overcome. Sect leader, it is time. At this time, Ing Wu Xie suddenly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, replying, "Then let them in." Saying so, his figure gradually faded, forcefully vanishing from Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's sight. Howl. The moment he vanished, beast roars could be heard. Howl, howl. Howl, howl. Gua, gua. Kakaka. Next, A series of wild beast cries and roars could be heard. A giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless year beasts surged in like a raging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. In the formation space, other than the year beasts, there were the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border goo immortals, baring their fangs as they charged. Kill them, Xiacha ordered coldly. Lu Wei sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and fought with these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves. Countless flying blades shot out in all directions. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fang Yuan is using the same method. This formation is very similar to the one he used to fight against Feng Zhiga. Lu Hao thought to himself. Fang Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Zhiga into the River of Time. But this time, 3 formations were combined into one, Year's Flow Execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect used the dense time path natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time. Because of this formation, the southern border immortals did not notice it. Secondly, the flood discharge formation could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water to set up this formation, attracting a vast number of year beasts from the River of Time into the formation to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do this. But after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he made up for his final shortcoming. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in both Formation Path and Time Path, with Hei Fan's True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance as his foundation, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he deduced this super immortal formation and created such a huge formation naturally. Kill! Ba Clan's Gu Immortal roared. His body expanded like a giant. He pulled forcefully, blood splattered as an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts in half easily like cutting tofu. Demon Fang Yuan, we need to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ahahaha. Shang Hu Zhang laughed loudly, activating his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts, even though they had wild mortal goo, they did not have immortal goo. They were at a disadvantage against these southern border goo immortals. They were being slaughtered. And these southern border goo immortals were sent to chase after Fang Yuan. They were naturally outstanding members of their clans. They had rank 7 cultivation level at the very least. They were extraordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that this result occurred. Fang Yuan still had an indifferent expression. He had a faint smile on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was already within his calculations, and the battle had only just begun. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. The southern border goo immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. The southern border goo immortals transmitted. They could see the crux of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At this time, the whirlpool suddenly expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. The immemorial year revolution level year beasts were finally attracted over. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. Lu Wei-yin was about to make a move, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it. The two of you should focus on breaking this formation. That is the wisest choice. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7 goo immortals worked together to face the immemorial year chicken. They were indeed top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they could actually resist the immemorial year chicken. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, bright light flashed in Xia Cha's eyes. She pointed with her finger and activated a rank 8 killer move. Profound white light burst out with a loud sound. The formation shook intensely 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xia Cha destroyed it without letting them down. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, muttering, "Next is the profundity of this formation." At the place where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door formed. Large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions changed. Roar. With a tiger's roar, the wind and clouds changed. The immemorial year tiger jumped in, joining the battle. Chapter 16:15. The Southern Border Immortals' morale soared. While Shadow Sect's members' eyelids twitched, their expressions turned grim. Lu Wei-yin was worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He easily captured a ferocious immemorial year tiger with one attack. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its long and thick snake body, hissing as it came out of the spiral door, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Wei-yin or Xia Cha, their expressions changed, because they sensed the aura of a wild immortal Gu from this immemorial year snake. This immemorial year snake was far more dangerous than the other 2 immemorial year beasts. But most importantly, at this rate, it would not be strange if a 4th or 5th immemorial year beast appeared. What formation is this? Xiao Clan's Gu immortal shouted, feeling immense pressure. The other rank 7 Gu immortals had heavy hearts. They were no longer as spirited as before. Let me. At the crucial moment, Lu Wei-yin stepped forward again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was much more vigilant. Before he found out what immortal Gu the immemorial year snake had, he would not take the risk. Kill. The southern border Gu immortals roared with surging killing intent. The year beasts roared and bared their fangs. The southern border Gu immortals created a bloodbath. The year beasts suffered heavy casualties. But the spiral door could not be destroyed. It continued to send year beasts in. The year beasts were endless. As the battle continued, the southern border Gu immortals' conditions fell. Some of them started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been greatly modified. The number of year beasts it attracts far surpasses the scale of Feng Zhouge's battle. Lu Hao was internally shocked. He had some deductions that came from Celestial Court, but he did not know how to submit them. After all, he was not a formation path or time path Gu immortal. This damned formation. We need to destroy it to have a chance of victory. Actually, as long as the destruction reaches a certain level, we'll be able to send out information about this place, and a large number of righteous Dao immortals will definitely come to reinforce us. The southern border immortals also knew how to deal with it, but they did not have enough methods. This year's flow execution formation was meticulously deduced by Feng Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be so easy for the southern border immortals to succeed? This time path formation is really mysterious. Xia Cha frowned tightly. Ever since she broke through the first formation eye, she actually couldn't find a second formation eye in a short period of time. The grand formation is one with no flaws to speak of. My attainments in the array Dao are too little. Perhaps I should attack with my full strength once so that the array can't withstand it and create a flaw. Xia Cha's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was Xia Clan's first supreme elder, a time path great expert. She only had the pride of an expert in her heart. Now that she was schemed against by Feng Yuan and was restrained here, she gradually became impatient. Lu Wei-yin could tell what Xia Cha was thinking and quickly advised, "Lady Xia Cha, do not fall for the demon scheme. Feng Yuan is ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal Gu house was destroyed, many immortal Gu were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Feng Yuan's trap and be used by Feng Yuan." Graceful chaotic dual stage's signature method was to seal the opponent's killer move before activating it. Lu Wei Yin's advice was very wise. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, his deduction was very accurate. This year's flow execution formation used up almost all of Fang Yuan's time path immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and He Fan's true inheritance acted as the core, and graceful chaotic dual stage's immortal Gu also assisted it. Xiacha listened to the advice and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and suddenly looked at the first immemorial year chicken that joined the battlefield. The immemorial year chicken was being attacked by a group of southern border Gu immortals. These Gu immortals were rank 7 experts. Their killer moves were powerful, but when they hit the immemorial year chicken, they had no effect. It was like scratching an itch. The immemorial year chicken had rank 8 battle strength. It had thick skin and flesh. The southern border immortals could not do anything to it. But when Xiacha's gaze landed on the immemorial year chicken, this year chicken felt an intense threat. It raised its head and broke through the encirclement of the southern border immortals, directly pouncing at Xiacha. Vile beast! Xiacha laughed from extreme anger. Large numbers of Gu worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. A pair of green scissors, as large as an elephant, flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and cut. The immemorial year chicken did not feel any pain. It endured this attack as if it was spring, warm winds blew, sunlight shone brightly, and the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted into the air. After a moment of confusion, a deep wound appeared on the immemorial year chicken's neck. Large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. The immemorial year chicken's body shook. Its ferocious nature was aroused as it clucked. Its speed surged as it pounced towards Xiacha. Xiacha did not dodge. She was hit by the immemorial year chicken, but vanished like a bubble. Next, the green scissors flew towards the immemorial year chicken's head again, aiming at its neck and cutting at any opportunity. Xiacha vanished. The immemorial year chicken's attention was completely attracted by the green scissors. At once, the two fought with no regard for their own safety. This is Xiacha's spring scissors. It is truly powerful and extraordinarily sharp. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes. He had a clear view of the battlefield. Seeing this situation, his heart moved as the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xiacha had a killer move with a total of 4 moves. Spring scissors was only one of them. Undeniably, this was an offensive killer move at rank 8 level. It was extremely sharp. Even the immemorial year chicken, which had thick skin and flesh, could not resist the sharpness of the scissors. Fang Yuan was secretly envious. This was what he lacked the most at the moment. Spectral Soul's true inheritance indeed had a rank 8 time path killer move, but Fang Yuan lacked the corresponding rank 8 immortal Gu. Even if he modified it and replaced it with rank 6 or 7 immortal Gu, it could not reach rank 8. Fang Yuan had the only rank 8 time path immortal Gu. Years flow like water. In He Fan's true inheritance, there were several killer moves that used it as the core. For example, Year Beast Summoning, Unlucky Year, and so on. Rank 8 Year Beast Summoning could summon immemorial Year Beasts to fight for Fang Yuan. And Unlucky Year used Year's Flow like water as the core. It used Time Path to imitate Luck Path's effect. But neither of them was a killing move like Spring Scissors, which could be used directly to attack and produce immediate results. Thus, Fang Yuan could only turn his attention to Time Cutting Edge. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The immemorial year chicken did not have any wild immortal Gu. It could not match Xiacha's spring scissors. It screamed miserably after getting cut all over its body. Xiacha had only used this move to heavily injure an immemorial year beast, displaying her extraordinary battle prowess. As expected of the current leader of Xia clan, the person with the most authority. With this strength, she is probably at the level of a member of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that this immemorial year chicken was about to die miserably in Xiacha's hands, the formation suddenly moved. The immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. "Submit to me," Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this extremely weakened immemorial year chicken, using a fierce and domineering enslavement path method. The immemorial year chicken had no choice but to lower its head and submit to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan took back the immemorial year chicken. He used the year beast to ambush the southern border pursuers, while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beast and enslave it. This method had been used against the celestial court pursuers in Western Desert. It was an old method, but it did not matter, as long as it was effective. Seeing that he was about to obtain his reward, a dead immemorial year chicken that was filled with invaluable rank 8 immortal materials, to think that it would vanish just like that. Many southern border Gu immortals cursed in anger. Xiaocha's expression was grim, but she soon smiled. You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Fang Yuan's formation was only transporting year beasts, so be it. Now that the immemorial year chicken was sent away, the formation had to operate differently. This made it convenient for Xiaocha and allowed her to notice more subtle changes. Sure enough, not long after, she found the third formation core and destroyed it. But the southern border immortals' cheers did not last long. This formation core turned into a whirlpool door again, another channel for year beasts to enter. Chapter 16:16. More and more year beasts charged into the battlefield, fighting with the southern border immortals. As time passed, the southern border immortals' battle condition had unknowingly fallen by a large margin. These year beasts were killing them to the point of vomiting, but they could not kill enough. They continued to fight. The killer moves that they had prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the Gu immortals were all used on these foolish year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. Year's flow execution formation was a combination of 3 formations, and the tributary of the river of time here was huge. With Fang Yuan and the rest controlling it, it had immense power. These pursuers suffered greatly. After a while, even Lu Weiyin started to pant. Not only was he fighting against 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly supporting those rank 7 Gu immortals. After one immemorial year beast was defeated, it was taken away by Fang Yuan and enslaved behind the scenes. Soon after, another archaic year beast would be attracted and enter the battlefield. Lu Weiyin and Xiaocha's shoulders were constantly under immense pressure. The battle was very intense. However, the southern border immortals also made some progress. After that, Xiaocha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores were destroyed, but they did not turn into whirlpool doors again. Right now, Year's flow execution formation could only have 3 whirlpool doors at most. This was its upper limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while 9 of the formation cores were destroyed by Xiaocha. The entire Year's flow execution formation was already shaking. It was not as stable as before. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He finally made a move. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand flew out of the mouth of an ancient year beast, stirring up a cold wind. Tai Chu Zhong was caught off guard. He was grabbed by this hand and lost an immortal Gu. My rank 7 edge Gu. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The killer move had a backlash. He was heavily injured. What made his heart bleed even more was that rank 7 edge Gu was taken by Fang Yuan. It was a huge loss. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It is indeed edge Gu. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. This edge Gu was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal Gu of time, cutting edge. Tai clan friend, hold on. I will save you. Shanghu Zhang and the rest saw that Tai Chu Zhong was attacked. They quickly fought their way out and rushed to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes as he snickered coldly. He did not kill Tai Chu Zhong. He was surrounded by reinforcements. Oh no. Oh no. This is an ambush. We were tricked. The southern border Gu immortals who came to help were attacked. Great Thief Ghost Hand succeeded in stealing several immortal Gu. Everyone be careful. Some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan. They are very dangerous. Shang had no time to feel about his immortal Gu, immortal Gu of Amals. If southern immortals, his border immortals, he would Gu of, southern border of Qian, Su, sect, Gu of being. But now, they were so tired that they wanted to die. Their battle strength had declined greatly, and their concentration had also fallen to the bottom. Thus, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had a chance to show off. The Great Thief Ghost Hand was very well hidden, and Feng Yuan had used some tricks to hide them in the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border immortals were all shocked by this move. They all increased their attacks and were on full alert. Any year beast that wanted to get close to them would be killed in advance. For a moment, the southern border side once again gained the upper hand. Feng Yuan remained calm and composed, no longer attacking. Soon, the attacks of the southern border Gu immortals slowed down. They had fought for too long. They could not maintain such fierce attacks for long. Feng Yuan found an opportunity and started to attack again. Southern border's Gu immortals fell one after another, and soon, several immortal Gu were stolen by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could only release one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but in the Year's Flow execution formation, he could borrow the power of the formation to release 3 at the same time. It was not like an immortal battlefield like Zichan Broken Life, where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the battlefield environment. This formation space had no other Dao marks. Even though Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be amplified, it could at least display the most basic strength. That killer move, Unlucky Year, had already been activated along with the Year's Flow execution formation. Under the suppression of Feng Yuan's luck, the immortal Gu stolen by these southern border Gu immortals were either the cores of their killer moves or what Feng Yuan needed. In this round of theft, several southern border Gu immortals suffered heavy injuries from the backlash of failing to activate their killer moves. But what made Feng Yuan feel regretful was that Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha's defenses were still impenetrable. 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands had just appeared when they were suppressed and destroyed by them. Moreover, the 2 still had the strength to save the other rank 7 Gu immortals. Especially Lu Wei-yin. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, he protected his rank 7 companions very well. If not for him, some of the Gu immortals would have died already. Feng Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had been exposed for a long time. The 5 regions Gu immortals already had some defensive methods against it. And most importantly, if this move failed, Feng Yuan would be brought into a dream instead. Thus, he had always been very careful when using this move. Unless he learned from Ying Wu Xie and used the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body to use this move. Even if this move had a backlash, the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body would not be affected. No killer move was invincible, they would gradually be countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand would suffer the same fate in the future. It would be countered specifically, unless Feng Yuan modified it in time. But now, the amount of time and number of times the Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed was far less than Lead Soul into Dreams. And with the help of Unlucky Year, the southern border immortals were in low spirits. Great Thief Ghost Hand displayed its might, causing Feng Yuan to gain an advantage in this situation. But right at this moment, Xia Cha suddenly let out a sharp howl. Break! A storm erupted around her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Xia Cha waved the fan in front of her. Feng Yuan grunted as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core that he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had controlled the formation the most. He had used 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands. He had enslaved the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast Army. He could not focus on Reverse Flow Protection Seal anymore. Xia Cha waved the fan to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was shattered into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved the fan to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core collapsed as her body exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. The battle situation changed drastically. The southern border immortals did not even have time to cheer. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the Year's Flow execution formation was on the verge of collapsing. Feng Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Xia Cha breathed heavily. The dimmed summer fan in her hand became bright again. If she waved the fan a 4th time, Feng Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xia Cha had such a deep understanding of the Year's Flow execution formation. She could have unraveled several formation cores in advance, but she did not use them, accumulating them to attack once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand to turn the situation around, she would not have used such a method. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Xia Cha's performance far surpassed what was recorded in Shadow Sect's information. Her time path attainment level was probably not a simple great grandmaster. It was even possible that she had some understanding of formation path. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily understood? This year's flow execution formation was a genuine rank 8 immortal formation. Fang Yuan used this formation to trap the southern border pursuers. Among them were Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha, 2 rank 8s. This was the advantage of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, the Gu immortal would be able to fight against many enemies, allowing the Gu immortal to display battle strength far beyond their own level. But the weakness of formation path was that once the profundity of the formation was exposed to the enemy and the formation was destroyed, the Gu immortal controlling the formation would suffer a severe backlash. Sometimes, they might even die from severe injuries. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing such a dangerous situation. Once the formation broke, his injuries would be unimaginable. Moreover, it was very awkward for him to use reverse flow protection seal now. The backlash would be reflected on the Gu worms that were constructing the formation. Fang Yuan's Gu worms would all be finished. The formation space was already starting to collapse. The southern border immortals could see all sorts of Gu worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fang Yuan, you are going to die. Lu Hao shouted in excitement. His true intentions were revealed as he used fixed space immortal Gu. Instantly, Fang Yuan was hit. He could not use fixed immortal travel in this range. Escape. But even if you escape to the river of time, I can still deal with you on the spot. Xia Cha held her summer fan as she smiled arrogantly. Escape? Why would I want to escape? In this desperate situation, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The southern border immortals were stunned. At the next moment, many of the ancient year beasts around them suddenly froze like rocks. Large amounts of dream realms swept out of the ancient year beasts' bodies like strong winds. The southern border immortals were pale with fright. They quickly dodged. Xia Cha's eyelids were twitching from shock. She immediately waved her summer fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless against the dream realms. It had no effect at all. Some people tried to escape, but the formation did not truly dissipate. The immortals were still trapped in the formation space. The dream realms quickly closed and enveloped Xia Cha, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest, before spreading to the surroundings and corroding the year's flow execution formation. Soon, the entire year's flow execution formation was engulfed by the dream realms. It lost its effect. The originally noisy and intense battlefield suddenly quietened down at this moment. Even the year beasts were trapped in the dream realms. They fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Miao-yin exclaimed in shock. No wonder almost all the super forces are researching dream realms. By Ning being recovered, even if only a small fragment of her by Xiang was left, it could be reborn. Unfortunately, Lady White Rabbit died in this battle. One move to dominate the world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.